Alright, it's actually up and running already. That was quick. Huh. Neat. Alright. Make sure my mic is on. Alright. Hi, puppers. You want to come up and lay down? You can come up and lay down while I play. Good girl. Lay down. Lay down, baby. I know, it's too warm in here, huh? I'll put the fan on. Alright, welcome back, everyone. It's still loading in, but I'm going to only talk for a certain amount of time just because I'm tired and hot and I'm probably not going to be like active enough to really, or functioning enough mentally to really keep up a conversation for the multiple hours I'll be streaming. But I wanted to start off with talking just to kind of catch up with y'all and chat with anyone. It's very hot in my apartment, so I apologize for like me being out of breath or pausing a lot during this time that I'm talking. My heat intolerance is so bad. I cannot stand overheating like this. It's driving me insane, but like we don't have an AC yet. I don't know how to afford an AC right now, so I'm trying to figure that out. So until then, it's very, very, very warm in here. It's going to be a little better over the weekend because it's supposed to cool off. We're actually supposed to have thunderstorms tonight, and then it's going to cool off some, which I don't know why that's not like common knowledge. I guess that's not common knowledge. It was like common knowledge for me to know the concept of thunderstorms because I love them so much. So when my roommate was talking about, like, I'm just gonna refer to him as my roommate, y'all know it's my ex, like, it's just easier for me to state it that way than a bunch of other things. So anyways, he was talking about the thunderstorms coming today, and I was like, oh cool, that means it's gonna cool off soon. He's like, what? And I was like, it means it's going to cool off soon because the thunderstorms happen when there's a cold front coming up to a warm front, which either means it's going to get really warm soon or it's going to get really cold. And since it's already pretty warm for spring, I would hope that it's going to cool off soon. But yeah, I guess that wasn't common knowledge. Casual, just things that I pick up on way too much from being autistic, but I don't know, I love thunderstorms, so I've always known that kind of little tidbit, but random tangent. But so it's supposed to cool off, and because the rain started hitting already, it's sort of already cooled off outside, so I put like my fan in the window upstairs to pull in a bunch of cool air and hopefully let it all settle down here. But it's one singular box fan and one window in the whole apartment, so it's really not going to do that much unless it's down here in my face, and I can't do that down here since Nyx will like bark at every single thing right now. But yeah, that's why I might be a little out of breath or kind of pretty easily fizzing out mentally, because I really cannot stand the heat. My heat intolerance is awful. It makes my heart rate worse. It makes me want to curl up in a ball and scream. I would rather be freezing cold than be overheating, genuinely, and I overheat all the time, so that's not very helpful. It's been in like the 80s Fahrenheit here, which is really, really, really warm for spring, which makes me very, very anxious for when it actually hits summertime and it gets even warmer. So I really need to figure out AC stuff, but I don't have that option right now to figure out, so yeah. But yeah, it's been like 80 degrees-ish Fahrenheit, mid-80s, closer to the 90s more than anything else. It feels like it's in the 90s out most of the time. And then it looked like it was supposed to get back down to the 60s this weekend from this thunderstorm cold front coming in, which is going to be amazing. The 60s are the perfect weather. If it was up to me, we would only ever have like between 40 and 60 degrees Fahrenheit for spring and fall, and then do like, I don't know, 70s, maybe 80s for summertime, because 80s is my heat tolerance's limit. I cannot handle anything over that. It used to be a lot better for the summertime, but it's a mess. I don't know. I like the mid temperatures and I like the cold weather, so winter can get as cold as it wants. I love it. But there's a few updates and some stuff going on, and I just wanted to kind of ramble. I've been listening to a podcast a lot, like I mentioned the last couple times. It's really cool. I love the podcast. It's been giving me a lot of interesting perspective to think on. Like right now I'm binge listening to their full series on the apology languages, because I listened to their full series on the love languages, or I think I actually only listened to like half of it. I need to find the other half of it and finish listening, but I'm binge listening to the apology languages, which, if you don't know what those are, it's similar to how everyone receives love in a different way. Everyone also receives apologies and feeling like someone is genuinely sorry in a different way, which is why, like, sometimes you apologizing doesn't actually make a single difference in the situation, because that person does not receive that apology as a genuine apology unless it's in the way that they perceive it, similar to how you can do as much as you want to love someone, but they're not going to actually feel like you love them in the way that you want them to unless you are giving them that love in the way that their love language is. So it's a really interesting topic, and I've been binge listening to it, and it's hard for me to listen to in a way because I have way too mixed of my languages for things like that. I've taken so many love language quizzes, I've taken so many of the apology languages quizzes, and it pretty much always turns up that I'm like 20% across the board. There's no like at least 50% of something. I am like 1,000,000% always across the board with all of these, which is kind of annoying. It just means I have to, I mean, it's kind of annoying and it's kind of cool because it means that there's a lot that I can learn about the different languages and I can apply all of them into my life, but it's still also annoying to have to comprehend all 5 or all of the languages of it. But so that's what I was listening to, and that's probably what I'll put back on when I do get to the point that I mute. As far as relationship stuff, there's no update there. I mean, it was pretty plain and simple of we broke up. That's nothing else to talk about there. As far as my vehicle goes, that is a decent update, but it's kind of a pain in my butt, and it's going to have to be discussed, so that's fun. I did finally get the valuation for what the settlement would be for them totaling it, which is amazing of a number. I'm not going to publicly say that number because that number is not something that needs to be known about my finances. It's a really good number. It means that I could work with the number quite well to figure out a vehicle and figure out fixing my vehicle. The problem is the number they want me to buy it back for to have it still, since if they total it, it means that they own it, and then I would have to buy it back from them technically to have it as my car still, well, my vehicle still, so that I could finish fixing it and then get a salvage title and then be fine, or a rebuilt title and then be fine and have everything fine and dandy and still have my vehicle that I love. So they originally said that the valuation and then the buyback was pretty close to each other, like the original number back when this first all started, before they started looking into the actual valuation because they were way too low on the number. They said that, oh, it's worth $2,000, and they said the buyback would be $1,800. And I was like, okay, a bit steep, because most likely you're just going to take it and put it in a scrapyard or a salvage yard, which is not going to pay you any money for the vehicle. So still a little high, but understandable of a number. And then they started working on the actual valuation, and they made the buyback pretty much triple the original number that they gave me, because supposedly now it's a certain percentage of what the valuation is, which doesn't make sense because that percentage is not the same as what they gave me originally. What I mean is that they say that it's this certain percent. I'm not going to say the specific percentage because then you can, figure out a rough idea of what I'm talking about. They said in the current conversation, they said, okay, so this is your value that we will pay you for this vehicle, and X percent of it is what you have to pay to buy it back. That percentage is not the same percentage that 1,800 is of 2,000. 1,800 is pretty close to, 80-90% of 2,000. So if they were saying that same percentage, they would be saying the buyback would be 80 or 90%, but instead they're saying it's a much lower percentage, but it's still a large sum of money. So I don't know, like their values and the way that they calculate things isn't being clearly expressed, and it's very frustrating. So we're still trying to kind of wow, I can't think of the word. Continue the conversation, since I can't think of the word I was trying to think of. Continue the conversation with them and figure out what's going on with that and why that is such a big change and why it's calculated the way it is and what can be done about it and everything else. Because in a lot of ways, the money that they want me to spend to buy it back is not money that is, in theory, worth investing into my vehicle, because it's money that could get me an entirely different vehicle in better condition, and it's also money that could be used to go towards other important things, and it's a lot. Any logical person would say, I'm not paying that much to get my vehicle back, and walk away from it, even though the insurance lady's like, oh, because the evaluation's so high, you should just buy it back. And it's like, lady, the valuation you gave me is not what it would sell for realistically any time in its lifetime. That is a well-worn vehicle. It's, to put into perspective, I do have a 1995 Ford Bronco, which is a decent vehicle for valuation and for, you know, like value and everything. Like, a lot of decent end ones can be sold for over $20,000. The problem is that this is New England that I live in, and rust exists, and it's been a well-loved vehicle from the start, not a show vehicle. So it is, you know, the carpet's tramped down and has stains and X, Y, and Z, because, like, I was a kid in it, like, and there's rust areas that need to be worked on and rust areas that can't be worked on because they just are as they are, and the frame is in imperfect condition, and all of these other things that you can think about for it. So obviously it's not a show quality vehicle. I could still bring it to shows, but it's not a show quality vehicle that would sell for that high of a number, basically. So in actual pricing that it would sell for, it's would get similar, if not less than, what they're asking me to buy it back for. And again, it still makes no sense, because if they want me to pay them this amount, it would make sense if it was something that they would earn off of it. So, you know, someone's like, oh, you can buy this off me for this number, because that's what I'd get off of it if I sold the parts or something, which makes sense. In the insurance's case, if they keep the vehicle, they're not going to make more than max of $1,000 to $2,000 off of that vehicle, and they're asking for well over that in a buyback. So they're genuinely just trying to screw you out of more money, you know, because they don't want to pay you as much, which is fine. It's life. It's what companies do. It's what corporations do. But it just means there's a lot of factors for me to think about, and there's a lot that I have to kind of process and debate to figure out what to do with the situation, and there's a lot that we have to debate with them, and it's gonna be a little while longer. But luckily, because the numbers are thrown out there, it means that it is a lot closer to being completed of a process, which would be nice. I'd like to have a vehicle by, you know, summertime. I'm really tired of being cooped up in the same apartment 24/7, especially when a lot of the times he's not here and there's no vehicle here. So yeah. I apologize for all the jargon and talking back and forth about specific numbers. That is kind of my interest, and I love talking about numbers and math and all that, but I also realize it's probably pretty tedious to listen to. So there's that update. Other updates, Nixie's been getting some outside time more. I think last weekend, was it last weekend? One of the weekends recently, he ended up leaving for the majority of the weekend, but he let me keep the vehicle for that majority of the weekend because, as I pointed out to him, he is leaving me without a vehicle if I don't have it, versus when he's at the place that he's going, which is his friend's house. They have vehicles, they have drivers. Like, he's not going to be stranded if he needs to get somewhere, you know? So we ended up with me keeping the vehicle and him going off for the weekend, which meant that I went off on a little adventure with Nixie for the day on Saturday, which was fun. It was going to be just going to my dad's to have some barbecue food, because I absolutely love barbecue food, and he said he would do a barbecue soon. And then it turned into some other adventures because he wasn't home at first when I went out. So Nixie got to swim. She hasn't swam in ages, and by swim I mean she kind of just runs around back and forth in the water and snaps at the water like an alligator. I don't know. She's a little slow. We love her, but she's a little slow. So yeah, she found a little sandbar in the middle of the river that I brought her to, and just literally raced back and forth across the sandbar about like up to her stomach worth of water, and just raced back and forth, snapping at the water, being a goofball. I don't know. She had a good time. That's what matters. She was soaked head to toe in like a matter of minutes and stayed in for about a half hour. And then she got to run around in the grass at that area because it was a little park. She got to run around on the grass, and she got to play with her tennis ball and dry off and everything. And then we went back in the car and went to my dad's, and she ran around a bunch of my dad's and got to play and then go inside and cool off and relax. So it was a good day. It went really well for her. She genuinely did really good with her over alertness and reactivity when we were in the park area for her swimming. Normally, anywhere that she's outdoors that she doesn't recognize, even if it's something enjoyable, she's still on pretty high alert and always watching for things and very startled by sounds and such. But she did really good. She was kind of unbothered. She got really mad when, like, really reactive and startled again when she was back in the car. She was barking at pretty much any car that came towards us, even though we were on a road and there are cars that are going to come towards us, and she knows this. For the first, like, 5 minutes of the car ride, and then she finally relaxed again, so I don't know, it's ups and downs. That's all there is with her reactivity. It's just kind of ups and downs. It's gonna be a long mess of a journey, but it'll work out. So yeah, that was that weekend. That was fun. She got to get outside more. She's been having to go across our parking lot more during the day, which is kind of annoying for me and kind of makes me want to scream, but it's because she has a habit of running around in a circle when she's in our front lawn, and we have a tiny little front lawn, and it's left a little bit of a circle indent from last year when she ran around doing that a lot. She hasn't done it as much this year. And then our landlord finally noticed, even though it's been there for over a year, and she was like, "This is awful, it looks horrible, you need to make sure that she doesn't do this." And she tried accusing us of tethering her, like tying her to a tie out and leaving her out there, which we don't do because of the circle. Because she was like, "That's evidence that the dog's staying in place." And I'm like, "No, that's just how she runs around when she was excited, and she did it more as a puppy than she does now." But okay, so we had to have that argument with her, or I had to have that argument with her, and then in the end of it, she basically just said to try to bring her across the parking lot instead, so that we don't damage the grass anymore, which I understand her perspective, but at the same time, asking someone to do that in the middle of very hot weather means that you're asking them to literally burn their dog's paws repeatedly, because the tar is very hot. So I haven't been doing it as much as I should be, but she gets to go out over there more often and run around a little, which is fun for her and irritating for us, so I guess she wins in the situation. What else? As far as this world goes, because I've been playing it a lot. Ooh, I heard a rumble of thunder. Nixie, honey, it was the weather, you're fine. As far as this world goes, I've been kind of just tinkering around with it. I want to keep filling in more sections and doing little builds and stuff to fill in. I still want to do big builds, but that's a big build that's going to take ages, and I still have to finish off the library, so I've mostly just been decorating the little sections here and kind of filling in chests and stuff. I didn't realize until yesterday, if you saw yesterday's stream, that you can actually place down a flower and then bone meal the flower and you'll get more of the same flower type. I thought you had to just like bone meal and get the grass and flowers. I guess that's probably kind of stupid and I should have known it, but I didn't know that, so that was cool to learn. And that made that process a lot easier. Nope, not what I meant to do. I'm thinking I also want to lower that mountain that I was just on mob hunting a little by like 2 or 3 stages, but that's going to take a lot of time. Thinking by like 2 or 3 layers, so it's just a little bit closer down, still kind of higher up and different, but a little bit lower. Kind of leaves the castle to be a little more obvious. You know, I don't know, I really want to do it that way, but I feel like that's a lot of effort for a kind of pointless reason. But I think I might. I think I also might do that now or start that now if I'm going to do that, and then I can just like burn the extra dirt because I don't need extra dirt right now, and I can repair my shovel and my pickaxe by trading in all the meat that I just got, instead of just trading it in now for no reason and getting XP. So I think I might. It shouldn't take too long with this. I could also actually set up a beacon because I know I do have I did kill the wither, so I can probably set up a beacon for haste if I really want to do, or even for speed. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think I'm going to take this down 2 or 3 layers just to kind of flatten it out a little more, lower it down a little. I know we've already taken a lot of layers off this mountain, so it's kind of annoying to keep doing it, but I don't know. I just felt like it was still a little too distant. felt like I was ready for that project. Oh, yep, that's definitely thunder rumbling out there. The more difficult part of this process isn't this, it's the having to cut out and replace the stone after the fact, once I get to the last layer, and also just cutting out the stone that's in the way, getting down, which is why the haste might come in handy. I don't know. That's the part that makes me not want to do this, because this shovel works excellent. I can pretty much instant break dirt. It doesn't bother me at all to do this. This is just fun. But when it comes to the stone, it's not so instant of a break. I don't know. I know I'm just kind of rambling in circles, which is what most things are when I talk. I don't know. I had like a genuine reason that I wanted to talk to you guys, and now I'm kind of like, I don't remember really what I was going to talk about. I just kind of wanted to be on the microphone, I guess. I've been trying to keep uploading the VODs to YouTube so that we don't lose any of the progress of the world. So we do have all those uploads going again on the VODs channel, which is cool. We still have a decent amount of subscribers on the VODs channel. If we had the same amount of subscribers on the VODs channel as we do followers on here, we would actually already be starting the multiplayer world. And then some, because I think we're at almost 60 subscribers on YouTube. And we're at 47 here. And even if you assume that all 47 out of 60 are overlap, which I doubt, because that's just the nature of having two different platforms. But even if you assume that all 47 out of 60 are the same from Twitch, you still have the rest out of 60, and we would easily make it over the 50 followers mark and have a multiplayer channel. But we will get there in time. I really love playing this solo survival world, so I don't know. As far as like life, other updates, I don't know. I haven't been able to talk to my friend as much that I usually call with, mostly because he's been busy, and secondly because I've been feeling my BPD flare up a lot more, and I've been trying to kind of keep it under control and work through that, so it kind of makes me draw away from people a little. Mainly because I just don't deal with it well with other people around, and because it flares up because of other people or about other people, so I don't want to like kind of continue that being a part of my life. Like for example, one of the biggest ways it's been flaring up is I am really hyper vigilant when it comes to my friends and people that I care about, as far as like what's going on in their lives and like how they're doing and how other people are treating them and that sort of thing. Like if someone treats me poorly in public, I'm not saying a damn thing. I will be dead silent about it. I do not care. I will literally not say a single word to anyone about being wronged. But if a friend of mine or someone that I care about gets wronged in that way, I will lose it. I will be so overly aware of what's going on. I will be overly protective, all of that at once. Which is not the most ideal thing to have, because it puts me on edge and it makes me really bothered by things that doesn't bother them in most cases. For example, if you know, my friend is being treated poorly by someone, but they're fine with that person treating them poorly, I can't intervene with that. That's their life. That's their decision to make. My problem is that I get very hyper vigilant and very hyper protective of them, and I want to fix that situation. I don't want that person treating them poorly. I don't want them to be feeling bad, whatever, you know, whatever's going on. And in the case lately, a lot of times I feel wronged by the individual, like the person that, I'm explaining this really poorly. In one case right now, I have a friend, and the person that he's dating is, you know, perfectly fine. They're doing good, I think, from what I can, like, see. And I also am, like, really overly stalkerish of people, but, you know, that's a problem. I've been trying to pull away from it. I haven't checked in a while. But either way, anyways, so, like, he's dating someone, and they're doing fine or whatever, but I really genuinely have an issue with this person because of, like, not because of my reasons, because of valid reasons of, like, how I've seen them treat other people behind the scenes when people say things are fine. So I have this weird protective, like, trying to make sure something doesn't go wrong and trying to make sure that they're okay and that everything's really as it's going, because I want, like, that person to be happy and to be safe. And I'm not intervening, I'm not telling him about it, I'm not like going after her, you know, like that's my own personal mental thing, and I'm not going to project that onto other people. The problem is that it just disrupts my own life. Like, I'm not gonna interfere, but in me having to spend that much mental energy on it, it really, really messes with me. And yes, I know it sounds absolutely crazy, and it is absolutely crazy. I guess crazy is not the best descriptor, but it is unhealthy, and it's not a way that you should handle your life. I'm aware of that. I'm working on it. So it's just something that I have to be very aware of. And right now, one of my close friends is kind of having a situationship type of thing with this chick. And he's said multiple times that this chick has, you know, messed him up and hurt him and been really terrible and used him and this type of stuff, and he still actively talks to her, and she still actively talks to him while in a relationship with someone else, which rubs off weird for me, but people do that. I mean, I do that, like, as far as having friends while I'm in a relationship, but like, if you're talking to someone and know that they have feelings for you, why are you still talking to them in a relationship? I don't know. Anyways, so like, and seeing that constant pop up, because I do follow all of his stuff and I do like seeing like the stuff that he reposts and stuff, seeing that pop up constantly of like her commenting or her interacting with things is really getting under my skin, because I feel like she is manipulating him, and I feel like he's in danger, even though he doesn't feel that way. Well, he does, but he just keeps willingly going into the situation. So like I said, it's not my life. I can't control it. I can't change it. I'm not going to change it or control it. I'm not going to express that feeling, because that is something that is entirely me, and I have no right to mess up other people's situations or lives because of it. But it irritates and disrupts my personal function. So as much as I'm not going to, you know, alter it, I have to figure out how to work around it, or how to pull away and not care about it as much, and like, you know, figure out a way to cope with that feeling and not worry about that feeling, because it's someone else's life. I'm not in control of anything else besides my own life. I'm not going to, you know, fix anything in someone else's life if they don't want to fix it. I'm not going to. The most I can do is just continue to be the friend that I am for that person, and continue to let them experience life, you know, like, it's like parenting. You can't coddle your child and make sure that they never have any wrong done to them. It's not gonna happen. So I know that. I'm just trying to work through it, which is getting really exhausting to work through, and to try to still talk to someone while working through that in a way. Because I do love talking to him, and I'm not going to, you know, pull away from him because of something that I'm dealing with that I have to work through, because that's just unfair. And yes, I'm aware I'm over talking, because I'm going to keep over explaining that, because I know that it 1000% is an unhealed thing to do, and it's 1000% unhealthy it's unhealthy for me, and then it's even more unhealthy and genuinely wrong if I take that to the level of, you know, talking about it to that person or interrupting their life because of this feeling that I have. So yeah, I know there's a lot of issues with it. I'm aware of that. I'm working through it. Doesn't change the fact that it's wrong to be working through it, but it does kind of make the point of, like, it's not something that I'm not aware of. I'm fully aware of it. I'm fully figuring out all of the stuff to do with my BPD, and it's not something I can just turn on and off irritatingly. I wish I could. I wish it could just go away, because I don't like that feeling. I'm very protective of people, and like I said, it doesn't matter if I'm trying not to swear on this. It doesn't matter if things bad are happening to me, as far as, like, I will handle it, or I will get through it, or whatever, but when it comes to bad things happening to people I care about, I am irritated. I am not the same person. I am not able to just, you know, like, oh, whatever, it's life, they'll get through it, you know? I'm like, I want to murder them, and I'm gonna get kicked off Twitch for saying that, but this is hypothetical, not real. It's way too extreme of a reaction, because I fiercely protect people that I care about, and, like, yeah, that's cool when you're in a relationship with someone, or not even that cool, but, like, that's rational when you're in a relationship with someone, or when it's like your family member or something. But when it's just your friends, like, you're not generally supposed to have that intense of a feeling and reaction to things. I know plenty of people on the spectrum, and plenty of people that are neurodivergent know what I'm talking about, but it's still not healthy. I can know what I'm talking about and still say that it's not healthy, so, for me or for other people. So it's just something that's gotta run its course, and I've got to figure out how to process it and how to work through it and move past it, because it's not okay and it doesn't need to keep happening and disrupting my life. But that's getting exhausting. So I haven't been able to like function as well or communicate with people as well or like reach out to my friends as much because I just haven't had the energy. I also just don't have very many friends, so I don't have much to need to keep up with or reach out with. So just processing and working through my own stuff. As soon as I'm done playing today, I'll probably end up doing some journaling because I've been trying to do some intense journaling to work on some of my triggers and traumas and like processing different aspects of how I function and how I function in relationships, because obviously if I'm ever going to be in another relationship, I need to do a lot of healing and working through the things that I've done wrong in my life and that are not in my life, but I've done wrong in relationships, and the things that harm a relationship when I am in them. Because obviously as much as there is a lot of fault that can be put on his side of things, there's still a lot of fault that can be put on mine, and there's still a lot of healing and intense work that has to be done that I was already starting before our relationship ended, but the relationship ended, so it's kind of me diving into it even more headfirst because I just, want to work through it and I want to be a better person to be able to process things better. So that's a lot of intense journaling and a lot of intense reflection that I have to do. I actually wrote down a few topics like in the middle of the night last night because I was up quite a while after I streamed last night, and then I was laying down trying to sleep, and I like kept thinking of different things that were bugging me and kept thinking of like different ways that I process things because of the fact that I was listening to the podcast while I was reading. Like one of the biggest things I keep processing and trying to write about and journal about and work through is how I perceive intimacy and how I perceive closeness with people, because I am not obviously no one's typical with that, but I'm very atypical with that concept because of the fact that I am neurodivergent because of how I process emotions. So I don't know, like that's one of the biggest topics, and then I also have to work through a lot of traumas and a bunch of other topics that would be very long to explain all of, but you get the gist. There's a lot of stuff that I want to and have to work through to kind of work on myself and work on how I would process being in a relationship if I was to pursue that at any point, which I guess that I would be pursuing that at some point in my lifetime, but right now that's not something that's on the radar. So it's just a lot of kind of working on like functioning healthily and healthy ways to be alone and healthy ways to process your emotions and healthy ways to work through traumas and work through all of my aspects of my mental health, and so it's a lot. I've been functioning slightly better lately though. I've been able to like do streams once in a while. I've been able to read once in a while. I'm actually kind of stuck because the book that I'm reading is really long and tedious, and as much as I do love the storyline, it's actually really annoying to try to keep up with. So I've been reading it really slowly, which is annoying because I want to finish more books and list more books for sale, which actually, if you're interested, that is currently a post on my Instagram story, which my my Instagram is in fact linked on the main channel page, so you can go there and you can find that about any books that are for sale right now. But yeah, I've been trying to read more books so I can list more for sale and get through my collection easier, but I've been stuck on this one book because it's like a 500 something page book and it's really interesting, so I'm not going to just quit and not read it, but it's really, really slow. There are some books that just take me so long. Sometimes I can get like 300 pages in a night. Sometimes books like these I am getting like maybe 40 pages in 2 hours. So it's tedious, and I'm working my way through it, and I'm about halfway through it, so hopefully I'll finish it soon, especially because I'm going to be home alone for the night, so I'll hopefully be able to, in the morning, so I'll be able to hopefully work through more reading and writing and stuff that I want to do. I don't know for sure yet. But yeah, that's one of the books that I have to finish. I did finish 2 other books, or 3 other books, I think? 2 other books. This week, because I've been trying to also, I have a personal TikTok account which will not be linked to anything because that is just my personal, like venting and posting about things and talking through things and that sort of thing, and also just death scrolling because I cannot get off of my phone when my ADHD takes hold. So that's not something that I'm going to be sharing with anyone on here or otherwise. There's a very limited number of people in my personal life that know that account, and that is how it's staying. So for my TikTok, I was doing like what I read in the week videos once in a while, and because of that, I've been writing down what I read. So like in one night, I finished 2 books in a row. Like last Friday, I think. And then since then, I have been working on this same book, and it's so tedious, and I am so behind as far as like what I normally read, and it's a mess. That's a video I actually still have to make because I did write it down, but I haven't finished actually recording, or started actually recording to show like the books and do the little what I read in a week title and all that. So I gotta do that. But yeah, I think I didn't read it all for like half of this week, which didn't help with the finishing of this book. I didn't really have the energy to, and this week was weird because it was a holiday week for Memorial Day, so everything was off schedule. Like, he had Monday off, and then it has felt like it's a day behind all week because of the fact that he was home on Monday, and then there's also been some other stuff that popped up, and like the weather's been awful, so it's just been, it hasn't felt like a normal week by any means. I still feel very confused that it's, Friday? That it's Friday, so I don't know. My sense of time slips away quite often, so it's getting away with me again. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what book I'm reading next. I saw this idea that I would love to do, but I don't have the paper and the energy and the effort for it. Where like this person literally just took all of their to be read books and just wrapped them all in like the brown paper and numbered them, and then made take a number jar and would just do it that way to read them, which would be amazing for me because that's how I get so stuck in indecision when it comes to books, is I like keep looking at them and like grabbing them, and this one looks cool on the cover but I don't know, and then like reading the synopsis and being like, I don't really feel like reading this right now, and then being like, I need to read it but I don't really want to read it right now, and just that never ending of like I can't actually settle on a book, which is why I've pretty much just been working through my shelves cubby by cubby, where I'll just take out the entire cubby of books. I'll go through and be like, this one is definitely not one I'm going to read, so I'll list it for sale, and then I'll choose which one I want to read first out of those, out of the ones left, and like do that first, and then once it's done I'll decide if I want to keep it or sell it, and just kind of methodically work through the shelves in that way. And if I'm keeping them, they go onto the shelf where my completed books that I'm keeping are, and then I'm slowly working through, and I've gone through about 3 cubbies. The problem is now I'm getting to the section of the cubbies where I have a lot of like in between books where they're like the middle of a series or they're one book out of a series, and I need to find the rest of the series because I won't just read one book and then be like, okay, someday I'll find the rest of the series and read it. That's not gonna happen. I won't do that. I can't do that. It bugs me if I don't have the entire series concept at hand when I'm dealing with it. So yeah, I've gotten to the point where I have a lot of pauses and I haven't been going through. And then this book came, which is, just a book in the series of like, I just am going to read it. It's in front of my face. I need to read it type of thing. But then I realize it's very tedious and I don't actually want to read it that bad. So I actually have it over here. I can probably talk about it. I would pronounce it terribly. It's by Kate Moss. It is, there's no way I'm pronouncing this right. It's called Sepulcher. It's a French and English based story in a way that it's across multiple timelines, so I'm not going to give away anything super pertinent, I don't think, but basically there is this situation where it's following the tale of a girl that is in like the 1890s in Paris, France, and then she goes off to this other little village town in this fancy, expensive, like inherited entire mansion type concept, like it's a whole domain that her uncle had that is now in the possession of her technical aunt because it's who he had married, and she like learns a bunch about like spooky stories that have to do with it, and a lot of like really weird things happening to her because of it and all this. And then it's also tying into modern day times with, like, I think it's around 2007, of a reporter that's doing a story on the composer from a composer from that same era that the girl in history knew. And then she's also trying to figure out her own past, because her own past ties into that area. So I can't give away the pertinent. I've already kind of figured out what's tying in now, because it starts to piece together enough that I'm realizing what that reporter's past is, but I can't tell you guys that because that would be giving away the book. So yeah, it's really interesting, and it has a lot of back and forth ties, and like, so you end up reading like an entire segment that's in the 1980s, 1890s, and then you're thrown back into the section of the modern time and what's going on in the modern time and what she's doing and everything. And then it goes back and forth in that way, which I kind of like. It's kind of like different POVs, but to an extreme, because they're different timelines altogether. And I'm about halfway through, so I'm actually curious how the rest of it's going to go. So it's pretty good. It's a like 500-page fiction book, and it's written with a lot of little French sayings and excerpts, because of the fact that it was written in that area, and there would be a lot of little like French sayings on signs and that sort of thing. And it usually does throw in the translations, but because there's so much of that thrown in there, my brain starts fizzing out of like, I don't want to read this. Like, if you're reading a fiction book and you're enjoying it and it says a lot of really technical like medical terms or jargon, you kind of start blurring out those terms. Like, you start just kind of getting really blurry when you're reading, as far as mentally like paying attention to everything, because you just don't want to deal with those terms. You want to deal with the fictional story, not all the intense facts, you know. And I do love some with facts like that, but for the most part, that's kind of how it goes. Of like, if you have really intense facts thrown into a fiction story, it gets tedious and it makes it so much less enjoyable of a read. The only case I can think of where that doesn't apply is like, you know, Rick Riordan, the Percy Jackson stories, where there's a lot of actual mythology and Greek gods thrown into that, but they're also explained in a way that isn't really kind of jargon filled and technical most of the time, so that kind of doesn't tie in the same way. So to have all of the kind of more sophisticated terms and then added in all the like French terms here and there and the French sayings and the little like French sentences, and it's getting tiring. My brain doesn't want to. I think the last like half of the book, or the first half of the book, I pretty much just kind of skimmed through it. Like, I was reading and I've taken in the information, but it was pretty much skimming, because every time I saw like the French or anything, I would like skip right over it. My brain would not want to process it. So it's been it's been a time. I am tired. I just want to move on to the next book now, okay? It will be one I will definitely be listing for sale. As much as I do love the book right now, there's no way I'm keeping this book, because there's no way I'm reading it again. And if I'm not going to read it again, I'm not keeping it. So it'll definitely be up for sale at some point on the Pango that I use to sell books with. So that'll be something to keep an eye out for. I'm hoping to finish it really soon. Maybe if I stay up late enough tonight, I'll finish it, but I've been trying not to stay up too late, so I don't know. Usually when I'm on my own, I end up awake until like 5 or 6 in the morning, because I just don't stop reading. Oh, hey! What's up? Thank you for the little raid. Little raid. I didn't mean little raid as in the party of viewers. I meant little raid as in like, it's cool to have a raid on my phone. Yeah, I'm not that tired right now, but yeah, my name's usually Jax is Tired. It was just kind of what I came up with, and it does fairly accurately describe my life, so yeah. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Thank you for joining. I'm on a rampage about the most random of topics right now. Right now I was talking about a book that I was reading. I've been talking about absolute random jargon and things about my life. It's tangents, because I'm doing absolutely mindless playing on the game, so it's just absolutely random tirades about whatever my brain decides to think of, because ADHD is fun. But yeah, what I was saying is that I typically, with my nights where I'm home alone, will stay up until like 5 or 6 in the morning. I just keep on doing whatever I'm doing, getting wrapped up in playing the game or reading a book or writing or whatever it is, and I don't get tired because I'm so focused on whatever I'm doing, or I ignore my tiredness. So I'm trying not to do that as often. So who knows whether I will finish this book tonight or not. I'd like to, but that would also probably be me staying up way later than I need to, so I kind of want to set up a beacon though. This is really irritating to mine this stone this slow. I know it's not this slow, but like it's so slow. It's not insta break, which is driving me crazy. Oh, cool. Super flat hardcore sounds absolutely like terrible. Genuinely, I would not be able to function as long as you probably have in that world, so kudos to you. This is the longest I've ever stayed in a Minecraft world though, so take my not being able to pay attention and stay focused on things with a grain of salt. That's really cool that you're making like the mob grinders and stuff. I do have to make some of those on this world. I just don't tend to make a lot of automated stuff, so I haven't gotten around to it. I do need to. Oh yeah, I definitely think super flats can be made really cool with like the presets and the different ways you can make it. I just think it would genuinely become a point where I would want to jump off of a ledge. I cannot keep myself occupied to save my life, and I cannot keep myself alive to, no, that's kind of a redundant statement, but I cannot keep myself alive. I've died probably half a dozen, actually probably more than half a dozen. I've died like a dozen times on this world at least. I haven't died pretty consistently since I've gotten the netherite armor, but it's I'm not a stay alive person. I definitely will have to. I don't know. I thought I was following you, but I don't think I got a notification for you. Am I following you? I am not following you, so I am going to follow you, and I'm going to turn your notifications on because that'd be pretty cool to watch. So yeah, yeah, I definitely think it would be really cool to watch and like see someone else go through it, but hardcore is not my thing. I watch so many people do hardcore and I cannot, until I have so much gear that I physically am unkillable, I cannot survive in a Minecraft world at all. And I've played this game for years. I still, I am glad that the first like 10 or so episodes aren't on the VODs channel because it was literally just me dying. Like that was all that kept happening. I was trying to flatten out the area over there where all my builds are now, and I was just dead. A creeper would come up, I was gone. I did not have the awareness of my surroundings. I did not have the ability to kill things properly. It was bad. It was a rough time. I do not. And in my new world I had started a little that I've been playing off stream and just kind of screwing around with. I have died so many times. I will turn around, there's a creeper in my face, I am dead. I cannot. I have full netherite and I am luckily staying alive, but I've also haven't really been mob hunting or anything anymore, so I've come pretty close to dying since I've gotten netherite before, but it's something I try to avoid at all costs. I could probably do hardcore if I had full gear, yeah, but like that's boring. So yeah, understandable. That's kind of how it is with me. Like I'm not the greatest player by any means, but as far as building goes, like none of this I would have been able to build like before I started this world, and I've had this world for a few months, so a few months to a year ago, I would never have imagined that I could actually build the builds that I've done and actually stay in a world for this long. This is rough estimate of at least 200 hours of gameplay in this singular world, and it is a solo world, so it has been just me. And before that, the longest that I had a world was a matter of probably under 100 hours of gameplay, and I would be incredibly bored. Like, I have very bad ADHD, so once I, like, killed the Ender Dragon, I would be like, nope, there's nothing else to do now. I've killed the Ender Dragon like 3 times in this. I've killed the Wither twice. I've done a bunch with the Nether, but mainly I'm kind of just focused on chilling and building and doing random stuff with the world at this point because I am so much past that stage. But in any other world that I had, if I got to this point, I would just quit. I would not touch the world again. I don't care how good of builds I had, it was done. So that's kind of why I've been streaming it, because it keeps me playing, it keeps me motivated. I can do a world tour actually at some point while I'm on, but it has definitely, like, the house over there that you can see the peak of was my first actual big build I have done in Minecraft ever. I am 1000% the person to just, like, collect flowers or go mining or do what I'm doing now and just heavily terraform and let everyone else do the building and everyone else do all the fancy stuff because I don't want to. Or, like, live in the open with a bed and a bunch of chests, and exist for the entire world. Like, I have gone to the point of completion of a world with just having, like, a bed and chests because I don't want to do any building. So this has been a lot of a different, like, kind of a different kind of approach to things. Killing the Ender Dragon in hardcore must be insane. I have not played on, like, even just hard mode in so long. This world is on normal difficulty. I cannot imagine. That's an accomplishment. That is an accomplishment and a half. Like, I don't even know how that would play out. It was rough the first time I defeated the Ender Dragon on here, and it was on normal. Now it's kind of just whatever, because I mean, like I said, I have ridiculous gear that I kind of just make myself unkillable with. Way too much gear. So yeah, there's that. I do have to do a world tour at some point, updated world tour at some point. But yeah, the house behind me right now is the first ever big major build I've done. And then from there it's kind of just expanded into this mess. That's my entire villager area. There's a bunch of big builds over there. There's one I'm working on. But instead of just working on those, I've pretty much just decided to terraform. I really need to set up a beacon though, because this is annoying. Thank you. I definitely need to do more than just terraforming, but the goal is to have the world, or at least the main platform down there, set up to be pretty much fully decorated and, like, filled in and, like, a complete, you know, you can walk around and it's a full just display kind of concept at some point, and then from there I'm going to expand outwards into the rest of the world and start building more builds. Like, I already have plans for this platform and for the top of that mountain, but until that platform's a little more filled in, I don't think I'll be doing anything up here. I've just been kind of taking it down little by little here and there because it is kind of high up and it does block some of my build here, so I wanted to have it a little closer to my actual main platform. I've spent a lot of ridiculous hours terraforming in this world because I just get really annoyed with the area and want to just move it and change it. So that's also why this is happening. Like, originally the platform that all my builds are on was about 5 or 6 higher. Oh, that is some nice thunder. Let's hope my internet doesn't go out. And let's hope Nixie doesn't decide to start barking at the thunder. We do have a thunderstorm coming in, so it's a fair likelihood my internet goes out. Yeah, I haven't strip mined as much in the new version because I can't really find the right level for it anymore. It's hard with the different changes to the levels and everything. Kind of ironic that it's raining in Minecraft and it's raining in, well, I assume raining because it is thundering in my outside world as well. But yeah, I haven't been able to strip mine much in the new version because I haven't figured out, like, what the ideal sections for strip mining is, but I used to definitely be that person to just strip mine all the time. I have a couple worlds on my PS3 that are just absolute caverns at Y13 and Y12 because I just would, like, mine 4 up and just dig out an entire cavern because I wanted diamonds, and that's how you could find diamonds pretty effectively. In this version, there's not really... I assume there is a effective level, but I haven't been able to figure out the effective level. I originally found it was like -40 something, but then that didn't work out well, and then I was looking for the deep dark biomes in a different world in creative to just see what it looked like, and I was finding like the ideal place for that was like negative 50 something, and I was TNT mining down there and just finding stuff, and I ended up finding a ton of diamonds on that level, but I didn't remember what level it was, and then when I've looked it up, it's so like back and forth of where the area is. It's what, like something between negative 53 and negative 59 or something like that, where everywhere tells you is the best thing, and I don't know. I haven't kept up with it, so it's such a mess. There's like I do love the cave updates to one extent and the updates that Minecraft has done, but it's also so overwhelming. I miss the old school Minecraft. I miss like not having so much to deal with. I love having bees and stuff, but oh my goodness, having to deal with those massive caves and like absolutely being murked by mobs the second you go into them is not fun. What happened to just being able to chill in a cave? I don't know. I don't like this. Suddenly you go from like mining a staircase to falling down. Oh, I'm stupid. I really just tried to light a fire. Wow. That was intelligent of me, huh? Yeah, you went from like the normal caves and stuff to like, oh, this is my quarry. To just suddenly you mine down and you're just dead because you fell like 100 blocks into a abyss that is a giant cavern. So, I don't know. I'm still getting used to it. I'm still getting used to a lot of the things. I don't know most of the update stuff. I got pretty used to the villager concepts for the most part. That was still kind of new to me when I started this world, so I'm a little better at that. I'm getting a little more used to the bees because I've been harvesting honey. I'm getting slightly more used to some of the blocks and stuff. I'm getting really used to the elytra. I still wasn't that good with elytra. I'm getting a little better with that. But also, before I started this world, my main gameplay was the PS3, which is just after the aquatic update is when they stopped updating. So there's a lot of things that I didn't get practice in. I was terrified of elytra because back in that update, they were like so bad. If you had those on and you tried to fly with a rocket, you were dead. Like there wasn't the ability of use and the smoothness of function as there is in this version, and maybe it's just me getting used to them and there really is that ability of use, but I don't know. I also don't know how long I'll be streaming. How long have I been streaming? About an hour. I don't know how long I'll be streaming today. I'm planning on streaming some more this weekend, hopefully, but I don't know, because I don't know how long I'll be out and how long I'll be home. I'm actually trying to think of that right now while I'm talking, which is a bad idea. Yeah, I don't know what I'll be doing for streaming this weekend. I've been trying to stream at night when I can, because I'm usually up past when he's awake, and then I can just turn on the stream while I'm either calling my friend or chilling or whatever. I wanted to stream for at least a couple hours today, but the weather outside could make that possible to be a quick end. I don't know how that thunderstorm's gonna go outside right now. I love thunderstorms. I want to go outside and dance in the rain right now. Like, I am a rain creature, but I cannot do that when my dog's gonna get very upset. So yeah, I don't know how long I'll be streaming or what I'll be doing for the stream today. I was kind of just winging it as I go. I still wanted to be able to read today as well, so that's why I'm trying to mentally process what I might be doing for the stream. Ooh, that is some good thunder out there. There is definitely a storm. Oh, of course. But I do also want to have time to read as well, so I don't know what will be going on with this stream. I probably will end up muting for at least part of it, just because I run out of things to talk about at some point. I'm hoping if I finish this book I can move on to books that I can read a little faster. There's this one book that I'm debating whether I'm going to read it or sell it. I've been trying to read pretty much every book that I can that I have, instead of just automatically listing it for sale without reading it, just because I have such a lofty reading goal for the year, and any book that I read, even if it's really boring, contributes to that. So I've been trying to not just be like, oh, I'm not going to read that and list it, because sometimes the ones I don't want to read actually turn out decent too. but the one that I've been looking at and debating whether I'm going to read it or not is just kind of like, I've flipped through it a little, I've tried to read it a little, and it just seems like something that's going to be really hard for me to focus on and really difficult for me to actually retain in any way or enjoy in any way, and I don't want to get to the point where I'm just forcing myself to read because I need more books on my books read list. I want to get to like actually reading books that I like. I actually think it's somewhere within reach so I can grab it. Oh, it is pouring out. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, it's definitely storming outside for me. Holy heck. And it is pretty overhead because that is rumbling. I'm assuming I won't lose power. There's a chance I lose power, but I'm pretty sure because of the way our apartment complex is set up, we have generators. Because I live in a affordable living complex, and a lot of the complex are disabled people that need the electricity for their equipment and such. So it's not really something where like there's a bunch of people existing that don't, can just exist without power. But it is definitely hard enough out there that it could lose power technically. Let me grab that book I was just talking about while I'm under here. Alright, so yeah, the book that I was talking about is over here. It is by Rebecca Wells. It is Divine Secrets of the YAYA Sisterhood. It's got a lot of praise, and it's not that long of a book. It's about 340 pages, roughly. And when I read the synopsis of it online, it sounds really interesting, and it has a lot of interesting characters, but even me flipping to the middle of the book and reading it, which is usually what makes me really interested in a book if I'm not wanting to deal with it, has not put me any place to want to actually read it. And like I said, I'm already kind of burnt out from the book I'm reading right now, which is... Oh goodness, that was a lightning flash. I love this weather though. I would go out there in the lightning and all. I'm just worried about the Wi-Fi and the electricity. But yeah, the book I'm currently reading is by Kate Moss, and I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it's Sepulcher. And that's a really tedious read, so I don't know if I want to go from one tedious read right into another, and if I'll be able to keep my mental fortitude in that way, because I might lose my mind a little if I have to go straight from reading a very difficult book to reading another very difficult book. Neither of them right now seem like they're difficult as far as like tough topics. They're just difficult because they're really tedious and they're slow moving and they're not like that interesting of topics for me. So I might just list it for sale. I don't know. Which, if anyone that is on right now is interested in any of the books I'm selling, I do have them posted right now on have my account posted right now on my Instagram stories. It's just a little book selling place called Pingo Books. I have like over 100 books listed, and I'm not doing this as a promo. I'm doing this as like, y'all want books, you can have books. I'm about ready to put them on like 50% off, so a lot of books are just 50 cents because I want them out of my shelves. There are a lot of books that I take in during the summertime from library discards, and unless I get some more room in my shelves, I will not be able to take those in to read. So it's kind of a give and take situation for me with books. I actually have to find the rest of the series for a few of the books I really want to read right now. The top 3 books I have that I really want to read are in the middle or the beginning of series, so I have to find the rest of the series. One of them is going to be a pain because even the cheapest I can find, it's about $10 for the rest of the series. The other one, I could find the rest of the series decently cheap. I think it was like $4 or $5 to find the whole rest of the series. And then I don't remember the other one because I didn't finish looking at the prices of it. There's a lot of books. I am definitely a book nerd. I could ramble about that way too much. I absolutely adore reading everything. I have an entire, so my bed is set up on a bed frame created from cubby shelves. And I have one entire side of my bed is like general fiction, and the other entire side of my bed is all fantasy, and I haven't even started in the fantasy section yet for reading and sorting through them, so I cannot wait to get some more of these books read and sorted. The problem is with the fantasy section, and why I haven't done it even though they're my favorite topic, is because, or favorite genre, is because a lot of those fantasy books are series. 9 times out of 10, when you find a fantasy book you really like, it's going to be a series, or at least have a sequel of some sort. So, I haven't been able to start on those because I don't want to, like, grab a book and be so excited to read it and find out, oh yep, I gotta get the rest of the series again. So I'm putting it off. It's a slow going process with that one because I just keep putting it off because I don't want to have to find more books. I'm supposed to be getting rid of books, not finding more. But once some more clear out, I think over the course of the time that I've been listing books on that app for selling, I've sold about 50 or so, which is nice. Before I started selling, what I had done was taken an absolute buttload of books off of someone because they were selling their shelves and all the books with it as a full, like, rounded up bundle price, which was cool, and I loved the idea, and I was like, oh, I'll have so many books to read and everything, and then they all have sat on my shelves and I have not read them or done anything with them. So some of them I didn't read and I just listed, and then a lot of them I'm slowly reading. My library also, my local library from where I grew up also gets rid of library discards during the summertime for free or by donation. So I end up taking a lot of those because they're books that I find interested and I want to read. Which I usually donate as well. Like, pretty much, it happens at the farmer's market in town, so what I do is I walk around the farmer's market, and then if I have any cash left, I'll go over to the free books and I'll pick through, and then, oh, please don't be mad at me. Okay. I'll pick through, and then whatever books that I want to take, I'll take, and I'll put whatever cash I have left as the donation for it. Which, for the books I'm listing, some of them are those library discards I've gotten, so I will be taking all of that money and giving it back as donations for that library or for other libraries, because I don't like profiting off of things that I got for technically free. So yeah, during the summertime, that'll start again, and I will be coming home with way more books than I need, and I need to have more space, so never-ending cycle of a book reader, I guess. I always have been one to never get rid of books and ridiculously hold on to them till the very bitter end and never want to, like, let go of them or move on to new books or that sort of thing, but I've started learning, like, a lot of the books that I do have, I kind of have to, you know, move on with, and a lot of the books I have that I want to keep, I can keep, as long as I'm going to find use out of them, because I don't know, I don't have the space and luxury to be able to, like, this is my entire library collection. Let me just have, you know, like, over 100 of the books that I've read just on display at all times, because I don't have that type of space. I would love that. I would, in the house that I own someday, when I own a house, I will have an entire freaking library of books. I will have tons of shelves of books. But for now, when I live in an apartment and have a certain number of shelves and a certain amount of space, that's not feasible. There's only so much you can take in that case, so working on that and working on getting rid of some so I can take in some more will be nice. A lot of the books that I have in my shelf downstairs are books I won't get rid of or can't get rid of because they're nonfiction and subjects that I really am interested in, so those books will be staying, but fiction books I'm trying to just read and learn to let go of if I'm not going to use them anymore. There's more point in letting them be read by someone else that'll enjoy them than by keeping them on my shelf because I want them to look pretty. I am too much of a book nerd and too much of a book collector, but other people deserve to enjoy books too, regardless of the situation, so yeah, that's my lovely rant on no reason at all of books. What else? I do have to actually get more courses going. Oh, that's the other thing. I will be able to, the other update life-wise, I will be able to take a trip this month at least once, which will be nice. My mom was asking about taking a trip. Oh. Okay, I thought I was gonna sneeze and I didn't sneeze. But my mom was wanting to take a trip to the mall in the state. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I'm not telling you guys the date. But anyways, the Mall of New Hampshire, which is the state that I live in, is quite a ways away. It's like an hour and a half away. And while it's a really fun trip, it's a trip that it's made very sparingly when I go, because I don't have usually the gas money to go or the money to spend while I'm there. And it's not really worth spending the gas money just to window shop when it's that far away. I'll window shop all day long in the towns nearby, but when it comes to traveling over an hour and a half away, there's no way I'm not buying things. There's a Hot Topic, there's Spencer's, there's a bunch of really cool little local shops, there's like a candy store, there's all kinds of stuff and there's my favorite piercing place, so I always get a new piercing there. But there's too much stuff for me not to spend money there or to just like walk around. So I haven't gone in a really long time because I haven't had a vehicle, and I haven't had the money. So my mom was asking about it because she needs a break from everything and wanted like a little day trip, but she was asking about during the weekdays because the weekend is ridiculously busy. So which turned out actually that he offered to my roommate, ex whatever the heck, offered to take a vacation day off from work because he wanted to just sit around at home, and he is very glad to just take a vacation day from work and sit around at home and me go off and do whatever as long as he's allowed to relax. So that's gonna be a thing that happens soon, which is cool. It's a couple weeks away because he has to give around 1.5 to 2 weeks notice minimum on vacation days, so it'll be a little while, but it's cool that it's going to be a thing in the near future. And I have to actually do some extra work, which is actually something I might do this weekend tonight while I'm home alone, if I can get my brain to function. I have to do some extra writing work to get the money to have spending money that day, and I'm going to get a new piercing, which is kind of an obvious. That's my favorite piercing place, and I have so many piercings I want to get. I think the decision for that one is to get my tongue pierced. The last time that I was at that mall was after I went to the beach with my mom for the weekend for like a few days that we stayed at a hotel and stuff, which was really cool. But we went to the mall on the way back, and I was going to get my tongue pierced after like freaking out about it because my tongue piercing is one of the things that I have wanted so badly since I was a little kid, but it's also one of the ones that I have been genuinely afraid of. I am not afraid of many piercings, but tongue piercing wise, I am good. I am not comfortable with that concept, like fear rating wise. I mean, it's still something that I want, and it's still something that I do despite the fear, but it's something that gets me really nervous. And I am not nervous about piercings. I have had, how many piercings? I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I've had at least 20 piercings. Granted, I don't have all of those anymore. A lot of them are ones that got retired or that migrated weird and had to be removed. But I've gotten at least 20 piercings in my lifetime, so needles and piercings are not something that's new to me or scary by any means. But tongue piercings, my brain will go haywire. My brain's like, nope, that's scary, no thanks. So I spent all that time, the entire time that I was at the mall that day, psyching myself out, trying to get myself all ready, like, okay, I can do this, this is something I've wanted, like, it's gonna be cool, it's gonna be good, it's gonna be fine, I don't have anything to worry about, that sort of thing. And I finally get to the piercing place, and they did not have the ability to do that piercing, because their main piercer was on break for the next, like, 2 hours, because they had to go deal with something else, or, like, had their extended break or something. And the piercer that was taking over was just an apprentice that could only do like normal ear piercings. So I spent all that time getting excited, or getting nervous, and then getting excited about it once I wasn't nervous anymore, and I couldn't get it done. And I haven't been back since, so I'm getting it done this time when I go, hopefully, if I can save up the money for it. It's not that expensive. It was either that or getting my snake bite piercings redone, which both are a very good option that I love the idea of. I absolutely loved my snake bites when I had them, and I had to take them out because of the job I had at the time. I was a really young teenager. It was like those were actually my first facial piercing that I got, or no, my second facial piercings that I got. My first was my eyebrow. And it was such an impulse decision. I literally like called my mom from the mall when I was out there with my dad's, because my dad was like, even though my mom and dad weren't together, they were very much so on like the, I'm not letting you do a, you know, big altering decision without your other parent being okay with it, obviously. And my dad's kind of the person that already had a lot of piercings, and he was like, do you really think I'm going to say no to a piercing type of person? So he didn't care, but he was like, you have to call your mother and ask your mother, because there's no way you're showing up with lip piercings and your mother freaks out and it's on me. So I had to call my mom like at the mall while I was there, and I got them done, and it was so cool, and I loved them. But then I had to get a job shortly after. Well, like probably it was after the healing process, so like under a year or about a year afterwards. And I was really young, and that job absolutely sucked, and they were very strict about like you cannot have any piercings, you cannot have any of like the visible tattoos, that sort of thing, even though I wouldn't have had tattoos at that age. So like all of that stuff was super big taboo, not a good idea, and that meant that I had to take out the piercings that I had, which was my eyebrow and both of my lip piercings, and having to take them out and put them back in for ridiculous amounts of time, and having to like sneak them back in while I was on break to try to make sure that those piercings didn't close up sucked. It was so uncomfortable. I also had like spirally jewelry in my lip piercings, so it was not nice to put those back in. It wasn't just smooth jewelry to go back in. It was uncomfortable, and it was not a fun time, and it was genuinely irritating them to the point that like they would be really, really, really irritated and painful at any time outside of the work time. So what I ended up deciding to do was just take them out because I wanted to keep that job, and I wanted to need the money, and it was just becoming a pain and becoming a danger, because the more that I took my eyebrow piercing in and out, the more it was like close to rejecting, which would have been a lot worse than me just taking it out and letting it heal. So I just took them out, all three. It was the worst decision. That was like almost $200 down the drain of piercings. Because I went to a really bad place for my eyebrow piercing, and they charged over $100 for it, and the lip piercings were $60 or $70 for the both of them. Again, I went to a much better place for those, so it wasn't as expensive. And I just took them out, you know, like nothing to worry about there. Just out they go. No more piercings for me, which I hated, but the job was more important than that. And at my age, I couldn't really find another job that would be not strict about it, especially in the area of New Hampshire that I'm in. Like, it's very rural. People are very kind of closed-minded about stuff, so there's not really any jobs that are in the mainstream, like, easy to get into work environment where they're gonna let you have piercings, genuinely. There are a few now, but back then, and still for the most part now, it's kind of like you don't have piercings if you want to be in the work environment. So yeah, I've since gotten that eyebrow piercing redone, but I haven't gotten the snake bites redone, and those are something I very miss having. And they're not something that I want to take out again, because in the case of now, if I was to go outside and get a job, they would have to deal with my piercings as is. I have a lot of facial piercings. There's no way that I'm taking out all of them for the sake of a job. Just not happening. And for the most part, I'm not looking for outside jobs because I work from home and because I'm disabled. So there's not a matter of that. If there was a job that I would be doing, it would most likely be running my own business from home. So it doesn't matter what I look like in that case. So I'm kind of recommitting to a lot of the piercings that I haven't gotten, and adding to that the breakup, where I don't have someone that's like breathing over my shoulder telling me you cannot have more piercings because I hate them and they're awful and I don't want them on your body. I'm just like, I need more. I need my piercings back, thanks. So right now I have both eyebrows, both sides of my nostril, and my septum for facial piercings, and I was going to get my tongue done, hopefully, which will be horrendous healing-wise from what I've heard from my friends that have it. My dad that has it does not care. He said that it absolutely did not heal slowly at all. Same thing with my mom when she got hers way back in the day that she doesn't have anymore. They more so say it's a pain after it heals than it is when it heals, just because of the fact that metal jewelry can be really annoying for your teeth and really damaging, which is why you switch it out to non-metal jewelry, or at least non-metal ends, once it's healed. But anyways, that's their main concern, not the healing, versus the couple friends that I have that have it are like, this healing sucked, and the few videos I've watched about it, about like the healing process and everything, they're like, this sucked, this is like the worst piercing to heal, you know, all of this, like you have to be on like liquid for this amount of days and you can't eat anything and it hurts and all this, and it just, it's not going to be a fun few days or few weeks, but I am committed. I want this piercing so bad, so that'll be something to do. That'll likely mean that I have muted streams for a while when I'm streaming that, because that'll be happening during the week and I'll still be streaming at night, so they'll pretty likely be muted streams, but who knows, I don't know. it's almost a guarantee that I'll have at least enough money saved to get that piercing. It's just a matter of if I have enough money to also do other things while I'm there at the mall. The mall's really fun. I used to be absolutely atrocious with atmospheres like that because of my, like, social anxiety and dealing with crowd and big situations like that, but it's gotten a lot easier, especially with things that I enjoy, like the mall. I've gotten really able, and the other example I can think of is the fair that I go to every year that's absolutely packed. So in those cases where it's something that I absolutely enjoy and I want to do regardless of what's going on around me, I'm a lot more able to just kind of be like, shut up everyone around me, I don't care. I am not going to pay attention to a single person around me because I want to enjoy this moment, and I am not going to, like, freak out about everyone around me because there's no point. Which is a lot easier said than done, and I know that, but I've gotten to a point where it's a lot easier to process and to deal with. I don't know why I'm rambling about anxiety now, but that's another thing I realized, though, actually. In a lot of cases, so we're gonna get into a psychology ramble. So in a lot of cases with autism in people that were born female, it's really heavily underdiagnosed or diagnosed for other things. In the case of, like, for example, me growing up, both my brothers were diagnosed autistic. Well, one was diagnosed autistic, the other, my mom said was autistic and refused to just bring in to diagnose because she was like, we already know, there's no reason to, they're already homeschooled, it doesn't matter. Which is not the most useful perspective, but you know. So both of my siblings were autistic. My mom has always showed signs of being autistic despite not being diagnosed, and when you have both of your siblings autistic, it's pretty likely it came from the parent. In a case like that, or at least in what they've found. So I was not diagnosed with it for the majority of my young life. I actually did not even have any inkling of the fact that I was autistic until I was an adult and processing through a lot of things. And a lot of cases, like most other cases of people that were born female that have not been diagnosed with autism despite it being fairly obvious, I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression and personality disorder tendencies, and then later on borderline personality disorder and ADHD and all these other things that were going on alongside the autism, but not the autism. And a lot of my thinking lately has been focused on kind of how my thoughts process and everything, and what I've been realizing in a lot of ways is, I don't know if it's just me, I'd assume it'd be a more widespread thing since most female folk that are not assigned, are not diagnosed with autism that have it are diagnosed with anxiety. There's a very common, like, overlap. And I'm not saying you can not have autism and anxiety, I know you can. My point is that it's often misdiagnosed in a case like that. And that's been shown and proven that plenty of autistic people have been diagnosed with, like, billions of other things first before they're diagnosed autistic because of the medical bias and because of lack of resources and on and on. So my point that I'm completely dancing around repeatedly is that my anxiety was based around how people perceived me. Like, I was always worried that people were watching every move that I did and every little, like, every tiny mannerism that I had and everything that I said in public was being scrutinized in my mind, and it would make me really anxious and really overwhelmed, and I hated being in public because I thought I was being singled out at all times. And I'm realizing as I'm thinking about that and thinking about a lot of those things and reprocessing those, that is because it's like that way that everyone's like, oh, no one's actually looking at you, no one's actually paying attention to your little mannerisms, it's a whole world out there and all that, and that's how they justify you being anxious and not being rational about it. It is, in that case, to me, is there, like, the overlap of I feel that people are perceiving me that way because that's how I perceive other people. Like, for example, autistic people are very, usually very hyper aware of their surroundings and of other people and patterns and things like that. I would count everything in my surroundings at all times when I was bored, and I also would watch people all the time. It was a fun thing for me to do. I would always watch people's mannerisms. I would watch how people were behaving. If I was in a classroom, I was watching every single person in the room at some point in time. So my point is, because I was watching people in that way and watching and taking note of all their little, like, mannerisms and how they behave and things, my brain was actually being anxious about something that I thought was rational because it's how I saw the world. And I think that's actually something that could be pretty common if you actually look into it and did a lot of reflection and like did a lot of like talk therapy with autistic people, specifically like born female autistic people that were misdiagnosed with anxiety and everything else beforehand, is that a lot of the anxiety stemmed from the way that you thought other people saw you, but it was also the way that you saw the world as well. If that makes any sense. It probably doesn't make any sense from how I'm wording it, but I don't know. For example, I would be really anxious that someone would notice that I was, you know, like having a meltdown, or that I was being too loud or too quiet, or all these other things. And it's like, if someone else in my vicinity was being that way, I would notice. So to me, the logical response and the logical like answer is that everyone else around me also notices that about me, and it would make me really anxious because I was like, everyone's noticing every little thing. And for the most part, neurotypical people don't do that. They're very kind of absorbed in themselves, and a lot of neurodivergent folk as well. They're very absorbed in themselves and their life and their own thoughts, and they're not actually like specifically singling you out the way that you do when you're studying things, especially when you're autistic. But I always thought it was. I don't know. It's easier for my brain to process this than for me to say it out loud and try to relate it to a specific topic. But I don't know. I would almost bet you that there's at least a handful of cases of that same situation that I'm processing right now, of like you had anxiety because you thought the other people were processing it the way you did. Because in autistic people, a lot of times the way that we view our reality seems very factual and very solid until we realize that other people have other perceptions as well. A lot of autistic people don't realize that there are different nuances and perceptions to the world, just because that's how our brain wants to process. For example, my little brother that was autistic, he would genuinely, we used to pick on him a little and have fun with it, but that was because we were family. But he would genuinely believe really simple things as a kid that were to him concrete facts because he was told that that was the reality. Like, one of the biggest things was he believed that chocolate milk came from brown cows and there were pink cows that created strawberry milk, and white cows made regular milk, because to him that made sense. It was a factual thing that associated with colors, and that was like something that like his dad had told him, and like when we were on a car ride to get him babbling about something while we were, you know, getting impatient of the car ride or something like that. And it just became a fact. Like, there were years at a time where he was dead set that that was reality, and you could not tell him that there was any other way about it. So in the case of me and how I perceive other people, I was dead set on the reality that I perceive other people constantly, and I'm constantly paying attention to micro pieces of expressions and mannerisms in other people, so then that must mean that other people are doing that to me, and so I have a reason to be anxious because other people are watching everything I do like I do to everyone else. It's just a weird, goodness gracious, it's such a weird roundabout thing. I don't know, it's a lot of my, it's been hard for me to realize that other people don't perceive the world that I do. Like, for example, when I'm just walking, because I do a lot of solo shopping for groceries now because I have to leave the dog at home with him, because she can't go on the grocery shopping, obviously, and she can't stay in the car for that long. So when I'm just like walking into the grocery store, I'm so self-conscious about how I'm walking and what I'm doing and what I look like and all of this because I'm worried that everyone else is noticing it. But for the most part, all these other people are busy with their groceries and getting in and out of their car and their own lives and their conversations and their family members, and they're not noticing one person just walking around. Like, that's not a typical perception thing. But when I'm walking, I notice every single person and their conversations and what they're doing and what they're, like, them unloading their groceries or loading their groceries or all of these things going on. So it's something that I'm noticing, and I'm worried other people are, but they aren't in most cases. It's weird. I am literally losing breath rambling about the most stupid psychology stuff ever. This is, yeah, that's why I don't know how I have this many followers, to be honest, and how y'all still tune in once in a while. I'm beyond understanding it most days. I'm good. Life is existing. Yeah, I don't know. That was something I was thinking about a lot because of my anxiety and how I perceive things. But that kind of ties into how I have gotten over a lot of the things with my anxiety, because I'm realizing those people aren't noticing me the way that I think they are. I still get proven wrong once in a while. Like, I've had plenty of instances where I finally convinced myself in school that no one in the classroom was actually genuinely paying attention to me to the extent that I needed to be anxious about every little thing. Like, yeah, some people were noticing I exist, obviously, because it's a classroom of like 18 to 20 kids. We're gonna notice each other exist, but no one's really that scrutinizing or caring about, you know, what I'm particularly doing, because it's not their life. They don't it's not something they need to worry themselves about or spend that much energy thinking about. But I still get proven wrong in that aspect a few times too. Like, there was a few people that I genuinely completely assumed they were absolutely absorbed in their own world, and they had no recognition of my existence because they were just people that were always busy and always everywhere and everything else, and they still like knew my name and would be talking away to me about like something that happened in class and stuff like that. And it's like that duality of people is also hard to kind of comprehend. So I've been proven wrong on this theory plenty of times. It's definitely not a solid theory that's like 100% accurate, but I think it's kind of how I get over my own anxiety and fears when it comes to people, because I'm just reminding myself, as much as there are people that do notice things, a lot of the things I'm getting anxious about people noticing or paying attention to aren't really being that paid attention to in most cases, because people are busy with their own lives. We're adults. It's a lot. People have their own things to focus on and to do, and they're not going to sit there and scrutinize your every move in a very public setting, like with, you know, hundreds of people at the fair, or a lot of people at the mall, or a bunch of people at the grocery store, or even just a like classroom setting with a handful of people. They're pretty busy with what they have to deal with themselves, not what you specifically are dealing with in the situation. So I don't know. I think that's the biggest shift though with anxiety, is you have to get outside of your own head to realize what is or isn't rational about it to be able to work through it. I'm losing breath talking about that. Holy heck. It's also still very hot in here, so that doesn't help. But I don't know. I love psychology too much to be on rambles like that, because I get into spirals of people, and that's actually why I've really loved listening to the podcast I've been listening to. That's been the only one to keep my attention span, because the man in the relationship has BPD like I do, and I don't hear perspectives in that much of in-depth way about people with BPD, especially people with BPD that have healed through it and are genuinely behaving in a more logical and healed perspective than the emotional perspective and the emotional mind that our borderline puts us into. So genuinely listening to his perspective on things and how he handles daily situations and how he steps back from his emotional mindset to get into a more logical mindset and deal with problems or deal with, you know, triggers and traumas and all of the things that come with having BPD is really refreshing and really interesting for me to process and think about for my own state, because a lot of my BPD is still very unhealed and very raw. Like, you're not going to ever fully heal those things, I don't think, in a way, because BPD is inherently mostly a trauma disorder. It's also partially a genetic disorder. You can have a genetic predisposition to it. I mean, it's not really usually genetically passed down, but it is genetically predisposition to it usually. And it's a trauma-based disorder, which means a lot of your trauma from early childhood, repeated early childhood trauma, is typically what causes borderline personality disorder. And it puts you into such a state of fluctuation and fight or flight that you're still pretty heavily processing everything as trauma, even after being through that initial trauma, or creating your own traumas, because you can react really poorly to a lot of situations and create things into a lot worse than they need to be when you have borderline. I have done it. I'm fully aware that that's a thing. So learning the stepping back and thinking about it in a more logical way than the immediate emotional thought is really interesting to me, and really difficult too. So it's cool to hear someone, you know, talk about it and process it in his own way, especially because, in my opinion, or not in my opinion, in statistics wise, borderline in males is a lot less common than borderline in females, whether that's because of the way they diagnose or whether it's an actual statistic that makes sense. No one really has figured out yet. Like, for example, the fact that autistic diagnoses are more prevalent in males than females, but it's usually because they actually diagnose males more because the criteria was based on males, not because it's actually more prevalent in males. So there's that, like, maybe it's not actually more prevalent and it's just not being diagnosed in men because they just want to write it off as anger issues and the other things, you know? So it's not very common that you see a diagnosed borderline when it comes to male individuals, especially in the case of someone that's actually worked through and healed it, because borderline in males presents in a lot more explosive of a way and a lot more radical of a way and more anger based than anything else. A lot of the female presentations of borderline have a lot to do with nuances of emotions and different emotions and a wide range of it rather than just one specific emotion, versus in males it's very, very commonly switched to just anger, and very explosive anger at that, which is why it's the question of is it actually like that uncommon, or is it just not diagnosed because they're just like, oh, he just has anger issues. That was another roll of thunder. A very long roll of thunder, but it sounds distant. Yeah, it hasn't been sounding like it's pouring outside, so I think it did calm down some. But yeah, he does a lot of discussions on his difference in mindsets and how he perceives things, and thinking from more of a logic than emotion perspective, which is not easy by any means. It's something you very much so have to learn. You have to learn the hard way in a lot of ways. A lot of my aspects of borderline ruined a lot of my relationships, and I didn't recognize my borderline until well into my adult life. Granted, I'm only turning 21, so, you know, I'm not very well into my adult life, but you know what I mean. I didn't start discovering a lot of these tendencies until my adult life. I didn't start discovering a lot of my diagnoses until my adult life, because I didn't have much psychological care as a kid that I actually submitted to and that made sense to me. A lot of my psychological care I had as a kid was like counseling that was mandated, and, you know, like CPS type instances, and instances where they're focusing on like one specific situation in your life rather than focusing on a diagnosis or focusing on what's actually going on overall with your brain. So I didn't get much of the exposure of figuring out those diagnoses and what was going on until much, much later. When I got into adulthood, I went through a diagnostic, which took many, many hours and was actually very fruitless because it was a very dismissive and very heavily biased wow, I can't English. A very dismissive and very heavily biased psychologist that was doing the testing. So it really didn't actually give me very many answers. It gave me a start, but I ended up having to but I ended up having to be referred to quite a few other situations and a few other psychiatrists and psychologists, and figuring out all the specifics and, you know, like actually processing through a few different diagnostics. And now I'm with a regular counselor / therapist that I see every couple of weeks that's still working on some of my diagnostics and processing through some of those. And then I also still have the couple of diagnostics exams that I haven't fully scheduled yet. But either way, a lot of my tendencies and a lot of my diagnostic stuff wasn't discovered until I was in adulthood. Oh, I'm gonna break this shovel, shoot. Oh, I just almost broke this shovel. We better go heal this some. That was scary, I just almost broke this shovel. This would not have been fun to make. I don't have any more mending bugs, so I need to actually heal this ASAP. I'm gonna trade in some of the stone, and then I'm gonna go see if I can buy some XP bottles from the clerics. I wish you could trade in dirt. Yeah, let's go see if we can buy some XP from the clerics so that we can heal this some. So yeah, because it's been a very short amount of time that I've processed a lot of this, I'm still working on how to deal with a lot of it, and it's still something that's very much a struggle, and that affected a lot of my life before I knew that it was even a thing. Like, reflecting on a lot of that and working through a lot of that with my therapist and everything has been insane. Actually realizing, hey, that was borderline, hey, that was, you know, like autism, That was like autistic tendencies, that was like this aspect of your mental health, that was your PTSD kicking in. Like, all of these different things to be talked about is weird, and actually, like, discussing them is weird for me because it's not something that I recognized until not that long ago. So it's still a process for sure, and learning about it from other people that are experiencing it is way better than trying to deal with it on my own or trying to deal with it through a psychologist, in my opinion. I will not really do well with most psychologists because it's the same thing over and over. They just want to say and hear the same things over and over and over again, and it doesn't help. A lot of my counseling growing up was really terrible, so I have quite a bias towards that, but still. Or quite a bias against that, but still. I don't know. I'm still learning a lot about everything. I mean, I think all of us are in a state of constant learning, and if you're in a state where you're saying you're not improving or have nowhere to improve or aren't learning anything, then that's genuinely a problem, and that's going to hinder you in life so bad. Like, if you are genuinely saying, oh, everything's fine, in relationships, in your job, in whatever you are doing, if you are genuinely able to say, everything's fine, I have nothing else to improve, you are already losing, in my opinion, and in the opinion of, like, the people I've been listening to and stuff. Because there's always something new you can learn. Whether you have the energy to do that or not, whether you have the ability to do that or not, is a different matter. But just straight up saying, oh, everything's fine and there's nothing else to do is quitting, and there's no point in continuing in the aspects of your life that you are when you're just doing that. Like, just being good enough is not something that is an option for me, and it's not something that is an option if you want to have the best life that you possibly can. Because, and that's not even talking about, like, you have to keep spending money, or you have to keep leveling up, or you have to keep doing these things. It's like, it's genuinely so simple. If you are in a state where you think that your relationship is amazing, then sit down with your person and talk about it, or have a check-in. Or if you're in a place where your relationship's like, you don't think there's anywhere to improve, then just keep doing the things you're doing. Don't just let it fall off. Like, that's the other thing, is if you have a state of mind where you think everything is fine, you're not likely to put effort into those things that you have, and you're going to lose them. So if you think, oh, I have a perfect job, I don't need to do anything else, you're going to start losing out on money and stuff and opportunities because you are ignoring everything else because you think you are fine, and you could be missing out on some really great opportunities to, like, make more money or have an interesting job experience or try something new. Or in a relationship, you could be missing out on an opportunity to connect with your partner on a deeper level, or make them really happy, or make their day, or things simple as that, because you are so comfortable in where you are, you're not paying attention to what you could do. And I don't think that's talked about enough. I think a lot of people are content with where they are, or striving for things that they don't need or that are very difficult to obtain. And there's no in between there. There's always, like, either people are completely complacent with their life or they're miserable, and there's no, like, yeah, I have enough, but I would also like to improve it, or I don't have enough and I want to keep improving it type of thing. There's no healthy mindsets when it comes to that for most of the world and the media. There's no healthy mindsets in a lot of things. Why are we into, like, a ridiculously deep conversation at 10:30 at night about random psychological aspects of our world? I don't know. I'm losing my voice. My throat is getting scratchy from how much I've been talking, but I haven't talked in a really long time, so I enjoy it. It's going to put me really burnt out, though. In the majority of cases, I am genuinely extremely nonverbal or minimal in my verbalism of things, just because I don't process words writing more than I process words speaking, and I am way more content to be reading or silently existing than I am to be talking about things, which is why I haven't streamed for a while, or I didn't stream for quite a while, because I was so overwhelmed with everything in my life. There was no way I was also going to be able to keep up with talking and streaming and trying to tell you guys about things that was going on and all of that, because there was no way that my brain was going to be able to do that. So these are kind of the most that I actually talk in my life, and I quite enjoy it from time to time, but it can also get quite a lot. Like, it'll be pretty soon that I either end the stream or that I mute for the rest of the stream, just because I'm probably going to get pretty tired out and I want to start listening to, like, my podcast again and chilling out. I'll probably switch it so that the chat shows up on the screen when I do that, so that I don't have to have my stream manager open on my phone next to me. I also have to go and take out my contacts because they're still in my eyes and I can see with them, but they're getting very dry and irritated. So I need to take those out as well. I also, in this world, need to go heal up these tools. I don't know what the most efficient way. The most efficient way might be to go over to our skeleton farm and just kill the skeletons with the shovel until I have a healed shovel. Because I think that's going to be the quickest and most consistent XP compared to trying to trade with these villagers a ton, because there's not much that I can trade with them for that will get me that much XP, because this is going to take a ton of experience to fix. So I might need to go do that now, and then I can continue terraforming. I'm thinking maybe one more level. I don't want to bring it all the way down flat with the other world, with the rest of the world, and it's also getting really tedious to keep doing this, so I don't know how much more I want to go. Because it's gonna become really, really, really annoying to keep doing this more levels down. I think it still needs one or two more, though, is the problem. So this might be an ongoing project, to be honest. I might have to quit this project for tonight and end up going to the rest of the projects I have. I think that's what's gonna happen. We'll put this stuff away, we'll take this, we'll go sleep in the house, so we set our spawn there again. And then we will go over to the skeleton spawner and heal up these tools. And while I sit there to let some skeletons spawn, I'm gonna go take my contacts out and put my glasses on because they're giving me a headache. And probably get a drink. I actually have a drink that's probably now very cold. I made tea. Damn it. I made tea and it's probably cold now because it's sitting right next to me and I forgot it existed. Shoot. I'm gonna mute for a second to drink some tea because hopefully that'll help my throat some. Yeah, it is definitely not warm anymore. It is good. And it tastes nice. And it's still, like, not ice cold, but it's not warm by any means. And it's not, it's not the tea that I made. It's a lemon ginger tea that I made before I started the stream, so it's been sitting for over an hour next to me, untouched. Because I have complete time blindness and don't realize that time is going by. Where's my entrance? That's my exit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to sit right here for some skellies to spawn. And I don't think I have anything else to talk about for the night. I'm not going to be on for very much longer, maybe another hour max. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set up the stream to mute the microphone and show chat on the screen. I'm going to go take my contacts out and go to the bathroom and come back and do some killing mobs to get some XP to fix these. And then maybe something else for a project, but I'll be muted. And yeah, so I guess that's all for me talking for the night. If you want to stick around and just watch me kind of screw around in Minecraft, I appreciate it. You're definitely not obligated to by any means. I appreciate anyone that has stopped by tonight. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Be sure to take care of yourselves, drink some water, take any medications you need to, and eat something, please. As far as talking wise, I will see you guys the next time that I'm unmuted. And yeah, we'll see how long I'm muted for. I'm genuinely muting it, so I won't be on for the rest of the night, talking wise. I'll pop into the chat if anyone needs me to talk with you guys. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for anyone that's joined in so far. And I will talk to you guys soon. Let me switch this around. Broadcast settings. Advanced settings. Display the messages.
Huh?